runway 25 right. Departing runway 25 left. Wind 260 at 9er. Cab OK. Temperature 30, dew point 26. QNH 1010. Transition level 200. Advise on initial contact you have information Papa. Tan Son Nhat International Airport, information Papa. 0200 Zulu. Arriving runway 25 right. Departing runway 25 left. Wind 260 at 9er. Cab OK. Temperature 30, dew point 26. QNH 1010. Temperature 30, dew point 26. QNH 1010. Transition level 200. Advise on initial contact you have information Papa. Tan Son Nhat.
Boarding requested.
Bamboo 651, information Papa request aircraft clearance to Singapore.
Bamboo 651, cleared to Singapore via the Nixley 5 Alpha departure, then is filed. Runway 25 left, initial climb 5000, departure on 126.35, squawk 3212.
Cleared to Singapore via Nixley 5 Alpha departure, then is filed. Runway 25 left, initial climb to 5000, departure on 126.35, squawk 3212, Bamboo 651.
Bamboo 651, read back correct. Ground is on 121.6. Safe flight, sir.
121.6, Bamboo 651, good day.
Midget 630, ready for push and start. Midget 630, push and start at your discretion. Push back and start approved, Midget 630. Vietnam Airlines 118, push and start approved.
Pushback approved. Vietnam Airlines 118.
Mitchell Air 672, ready for pushback. Mitchell Air 672, cleared for push and start. Pushback and start approved. Mitchell Air 672. Vietnam Airlines 1242, ready for pushback. Vietnam Vietnam Airlines 1342, push and start approved. Pushback approved. Vietnam Airlines 1342.
Những hò hẹn bất ngờ để lại trong ta những khoảnh khắc ta lại cùng nắm tay những hành trình đắm say
630, ready to taxi.
trọn vẹn giây
VJet
phút
630, runway 25 left taxi via Sierra 5, Yankee 1, Victor Sierra Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Sierra 5, Yankee 1, Victor Sierra Sierra 1, VJet 630.
Dạy anh bay xa thật xa chẳng ai cuối trời trong một khoảng cách giấc mơ Việt Nam luôn thấy cả thế giới như gần hơn của mỗi chuyến bay cả thế giới như gần hơn của mỗi chuyến bay cả thế giới như gần hơn của mỗi chuyến
Viettravel Air 672, ready to taxi. Viettravel Air 672, runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1, Victor Sierra Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1, Victor Sierra Sierra 1, Viettravel Air 672. Vietnam Airlines 118, ready to taxi. Vietnam Airlines 118, runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra Sierra 1, Vietnam Airlines 118. Vietnam Airlines 1342, ready to taxi. Vietnam Airlines 1342, runway 25 left taxi via Sierra 5, Victor Sierra Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Sierra 5, Victor Sierra Sierra 1, Vietnam Airlines 1342. Vietnam Airlines 402, ready for pushback. Vietnam Airlines 402, push and start approved. Pushback approved. Vietnam Airlines 402. Vietnam Airlines 1342, give way to the Viettravel Air A320.
We'll give way to the Viettravel Air AC-20, Vietnam Airlines 1342.
Scooter 503, doors closed, ready for push and start. Scooter 503, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic. Roger, pushback approved, Scooter 503. Vietnam Airlines 651, request push and start. Vietnam Airlines 651, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic. Pushback and start approved, Vietnam Airlines 651. Vietnam Airlines 1857, request push and start. Vietnam Airlines 1857, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic. Pushback and start approved, Vietnam Airlines 1857. Scooter 503, give way to the Vietnam Airlines A320 on your right.
Give way to the Vietnam Airlines A320, Scooter 503.
Vietnam Airlines 402, ready to taxi. Vietnam Airlines 402, runway 25 left taxi, via Victor, Yankee 1, Victor, Sierra, Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi, via Victor, Yankee 1, Victor, Sierra, Sierra 1, Vietnam Airlines 402. Vietnam Airlines 651, ready to taxi. Vietnam Airlines 651, runway 25 left taxi via Sierra 5, Victor, Sierra, Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Sierra 5, Victor, Sierra, Sierra 1, Vietnam Airlines 651.
Via check 630, contact tower on 118.7.
Going to tower via jet 630, thanks.
Ground, Thai Air Asia 656, taxi to parking.
Thai Air Asia 656, taxi to parking via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, Thai Air Asia 656.
Bible 651, ready for push and start.
Bamboo 651, Tanzania ground, push and start approved, face east.
Push and start through face east, Bible 651.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
VTIP 372, request push and start. VTIP 372, push approved, expect taxi shortly. Push and start approved, VTIP 372.
Departure checks completed.
Vietnam Airlines 118, contact tower on 118.7. Over to tower, Vietnam Airlines 118.
Locking gear.
Ground, Vietnam Airlines 107, taxi to the gate.
Vietnam Airlines 107, taxi to parking via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, Vietnam Airlines 107.
Skylark 294 ready to taxi. Skylark 294. Runway 25 left taxi via Yankee. Yankee 1. Victor Sierra. Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Yankee. Yankee 1. Victor Sierra. Sierra 1. Skylark 294.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear, start at will.
Khách vui lòng đặt cửa ra để theo dõi các dịch vụ các thiết bị an toàn trên máy bay.
Vietnam Airlines 651 contact tower on 118.7. Switching to tower, Vietnam Airlines 651.
We would like to have your attention while we are demonstrating safety features.
Dây an toàn. Quý khách vui lòng cài sẵn dây an toàn khi đèn hiệu cài dây an toàn được bật sáng và trong suốt thời gian
Vietjet 372 ready to taxi. Vietjet 372, runway 25 left taxi via Sierra 5, Victor Sierra Sierra 1.
Runway 25 left taxi via Sierra 5, Victor Sierra Sierra 1, Vietjet 372. Whenever seatbelt sign is on, we contact you to fasten your seatbelt and keep it visible.
Ground, Bamboo 203, taxi to parking.
To the other.
Bamboo 203, taxi to parking via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, Bamboo 203.
Các cửa sổ mất áp suất, mặt nạ dưỡng khí sẽ tự động rơi xuống từ trên phía ghế ngồi của quý khách. Để có dưỡng khí, quý khách kéo mạnh mặt nạ gần nhất, đặt mặt nạ lên mũi và miệng, choàng dây ra sau đầu, siết chặt và thở bình thường. Vì lý do an toàn, quý khách lưu ý khi sử dụng mặt nạ dưỡng khí cần tránh xa các thiết bị dễ gây cháy nổ. Nếu quý khách đi cùng trẻ nhỏ hoặc hành khách cần sự trợ giúp đặc biệt, hãy đeo mặt nạ dưỡng khí cho mình trước rồi giúp người đi cùng sau. Mặt nạ dưỡng khí cũng sẽ tự động rơi xuống từ trên trần trong buồng để khi mất áp suất. Quý khách vui lòng làm theo hướng dẫn như trên.
If there is a loss of pressure in the cabin, ask you to down from the unit of your seat. To start the oxygen flow, pull the mask towards you.
Please set parking brakes.
Your nozzle mount. Regulate the back behind the unit.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
The departure extinguish all smoking materials and oxygen being
Cockpit to ground. We have a
We
good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
Then exit the other person. Oxygen masks are also available in laboratories and should be used in the same manner.
Áo phao được nằm dưới ghế ngồi của quý khách. Quý khách lưu ý khi lấy áo phao ra khỏi vị trí.
Air France 253 boarding complete, request pushback.
Thắt chặt dây áo quanh eo. Khi rời khỏi máy
Air France 253, push and start at your discretion.
bằng cách giật mạnh thẻ đỏ và dựa đỏ đi kèm xuống phòng áo
Push and start approved, Air France 253.
Nếu một viên áo phao sẽ tự động bật sáng khi tiếp xúc trực tiếp với nước. Viên áo phao còn trang bị còi để đôi quần của
Ground, Vietjet 197, taxi to parking.
Vietjet 197, taxi to parking via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right.
Tow truck disconnected.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, Vietjet 197.
Left is clear, right is clear.
Place over your head, adjust inserts around your waist, fasten in front and pull on side. Then lift the aircraft in flight license by pulling down the right neck or head. Rubber tube or tubes can be used to inflate or deflate the light vest. The signal lamp illuminates automatically. You provide contact with the water. If it doesn't illuminate, the plug on the light vest battery must be pulled down. Your light vest may be equipped with a whistle to attract attention.
Thai Air Asia 656, cross runway 25 left.
Cross runway 25 left, Thai Air Asia 656.
Trong khoang hành khách có 8 cửa thoát hiểm, 2 cửa phía trước, 4 cửa ở giữa và 2 cửa ở phía sau. Quý khách vui lòng dành chút thời gian để chọn cửa thoát hiểm gần nhất ở phía trước hoặc ngay phía sau quý khách.
Vietnam Airlines 107, cross runway 25 left.
Cross runway 25 left, Vietnam Airlines 107.
Please take a moment to locate your nearest exit. It may be front or you're behind
Ground
you.
Korean Air 389er, taxi to parking. Tất cả các cửa chính và cửa thoát hiểm.
Korean Air 389er, taxi to parking via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right.
All doors and all rings exits are equipped with a clear bolt. Flight rate when the door is opened in our phone.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, Korean Air 389er.
Điểm được ghi dẫn rõ ràng bằng các bảng hiệu thoát hiểm. Trong trường hợp khẩn cấp, hệ thống đèn thoát hiểm sẽ bật sáng.
Bamboo 203, cross runway 25 left.
Cross 25 left, Bamboo 203.
Exit sign. In case of an emergency, with smoke or the darkness floor proximity to expected markings, or
Cabin is now secure for takeoff.
Quý khách vui lòng đánh
Air France 253, runway 25 left taxi via Sierra 5, Victor Sierra Sierra 1.
Quý khách vui lòng xác định tư thế an toàn phù hợp.
Runway 25 left, taxi via Sierra 5, Victor Sierra Sierra 1, Air France 253.
Quý khách vui lòng thắt chặt dây an toàn, đứng thẳng lưng ghế, gập bàn ăn phía trước, hạ tay
Richard 197, cross runway 25 left.
cảm ơn sự chú ý của quý khách và kính chúc quý khách một chuyến bay tốt đẹp.
Cross 25 left, via jet 197.
It is important to the contact your safety briefing card placed in the seat pocket in front of you prior to takeoff. Check the cabin crew with fine preparations for takeoff. Please ensure your seat belt is
Korean Air 389er, cross runway 25 left. Cross 25 left, Korean Air 389er.
Bamboo 651 ready to taxi to runway 25 left.
Scooter 503, give way to the Skylark on your left. Bamboo 651, runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra Sierra 1.
Runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra Sierra 1, Bamboo 651.
We'll give way to the Skylark, Scooter 503.
Vasco Air 8067, ready for pushback. Vasco Air 8067, cleared for push and start. Cleared push and start. Vasco Air 8067. Cessna 1 Juliet Sierra, ready to taxi. Cessna 1 Juliet Sierra, runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra Sierra 1, Cessna 1 Juliet Sierra.
Ground, Vietnam Airlines 581, taxi to the ramp.
Vietnam Airlines 581, taxi to parking via Papa. Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, Vietnam Airlines 581.
Jet 272 ready for pushback. Region 272 cleared for push and start. Cleared push and start. Region 272. Vietnam Airlines 581, cross runway 25 left.
Crossing 25 left, Vietnam Airlines 581.
Jet 272, ready to taxi. Jet 272, runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1 Victor Sierra Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 1 Victor Sierra Sierra 1 via Jet 272. Bamboo 651, contact tower on 118.7. So long.
118.7, Bamboo 651 today. Good morning, tower, Bamboo 651, ready for departure, runway 25 left.
Bamboo 651, Tan Son Yet Tower, runway 25 left, winds 260 at 9er, cleared for takeoff.
Winds 260 at 9er, cleared for takeoff, runway 25 left, Bamboo 651.
approaching runway 25 left. On runway 25 left remaining.
Dynasty 781, winds 260 at 9er, runway 25 right, cleared to land.
Runway
25 right, clear to land. Dynasty 781.
9,900 feet.
And flight 70 set air as a point contact.
Bamboo 651, Tan Son Nhat departure, radar contact, climb 5,000.
Runway 25 Bamboo 651.
Bamboo 651, climb 13,000.
Climbing 13,000. Bamboo 651.
VJet 372, Ho Chi Minh Control, radar contact, climb and maintain 9,000.
Quý khách có thể sử dụng máy vi tính và thực hiện sát bay trong chế độ sử dụng trên máy bay và chế độ im lặng từ thời điểm này cho đến khi máy bay giảm độ cao. Sau đây chúng tôi sẽ phục vụ quý khách về nhẹ. Nếu quý khách có yêu cầu gì vui lòng bấm nút gọi check-in. Xin cảm ơn. Ladies and gentlemen, the following
Bamboo 651, climb flight level 210.
Climbing flight level 210, Bamboo 651.
From smoking during the flight, including electronic cigarettes, laptop and other portable electronic devices may be used in flight mode and silent mode from now until we begin descent for landing. In a few minutes,
Departure Skylark 294 for 4,000.
do you require any additional information?
Skylark 294, Ho Chi Minh Control, radar contact, climb and maintain 4,000.
Climb 4,000 Skylark 294.
Bamboo 651, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1. Bamboo 651. Ho Chi Minh Control, Bamboo 651. Good morning, 16,000 for flight level 210.
Bamboo 651, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Good morning, climb flight level 290.
Climb flight level 290, Bamboo 651.
Ho Chi Minh Control, good morning. VietJet 272, 11,000. VietJet 272, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Continue.
Ho Chi Minh Control 208, checking in at flight level 360.
208, roger. Ho Chi Minh Control, Skylark 294, 1,000. Skylark 294, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Good morning. Malaysian 750, climb flight level 240.
Climbing to flight level 240, Malaysian 750.
Bamboo 651, climb flight level 360.
Climbing flight level 360, Bamboo 651.
Malaysian 750, climb to flight level 280.
Climbing flight level 280, Malaysian 750.
Malaysian 750, descend 1000.
Descending 1000, Malaysian 750.
Main control, good morning. Vietnam Airlines 1200 2000.
Vietnam Airlines 1200, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified.
Continue climb to 18,000.
Vietnam Airlines 1200, contact Bangkok Control on 124.5. Over to Bangkok Control, Vietnam Airlines 1200, so long.
Malaysian 750, slow to max decimal 78.
Mach decimal 78 on the speed, Malaysian 750.
now begin the snack and beverage service. We invite you to enjoy our popular selections, including the delicious coconut water and savory spring rolls from our Bamboo Airways menu. After the service, selected items from the Bamboo Airways shop will be available for your browsing pleasure. Thank you for flying with us.
Bamboo 651, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er, Bamboo 651. Ho Chi Minh Control, Bamboo 651. Good morning, maintaining flight level 360.
Bamboo 651, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Good morning. 178, traffic 1 o'clock, 15 miles, a regional jet, opposite direction at flight level 340.
Traffic in sight 178.
level 360. Moderate turbulence, 605.
contact Lumpur radar on 134.25.
Contacting Lumpur radar on 134.25, Bamboo 651. Lumpur radar, Bamboo 651. Good afternoon, maintaining flight level 360.
Bamboo 651, Lumpur radar identified. Good afternoon.
in 25. QNH 1012. Transition level 130. Advise on initial contact you have information Foxtrot. Singapore Changi Airport, information Foxtrot. 0330 Zulu. Arriving runway 20 right. Departing runway 20 center. Wind 110 at 8. Visibility 10. View at 1800 towering cumulus. View at 2000 cumulus.
Bamboo 651, cleared LR1 Bravo into Singapore. At your discretion, descend flight level 280.
Cleared ELAL 1 Bravo into Singapore. Descend flight level 280 at our discretion. Bamboo 651.
Bamboo 651, descend flight level 260.
Descending flight level 260. Bamboo 651.
Bamboo 651, cross PBAP at or below flight level 210.
Cross PBAP at or below flight level 210. Bamboo 651.
Các thiết bị điện tử xách tay khi không sử dụng phải được cất trong ngăn đựng. Người phía trước thì máy bay hạ cánh và di chuyển vào nhà ga. Quý khách vui lòng hạn chế sử dụng phòng vệ sinh từ lúc này. Xin cảm ơn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now making our descent for landing. Please return to your seat, ensure that your seat belt is fastened, your seat back is upright, your tray table is secured, and your window shade is opened. May we remind you that for safety reasons, your mobile phones, receiver or transmitter devices, and portable electronic equipment must be switched off or switched to flight mode until disembarkation. Portable electronic devices not in
for radar center, red cap 5193 with you, out of flight level 370 for flight level 330.
Red cap 5193 identified. Bamboo 651, descend flight level 160.
Descending flight level 160, Bamboo 651.
Bamboo 651, cross Paspu at or above altitude 6,000 feet.
Cross Paspu at or above 6,000 feet, Bamboo 651.
Bamboo 651, contact Lumber radar on 132.6.
Contacting Lumper radar on 132.6, Bamboo 651. Lumper radar, Bamboo 651. Good afternoon, flight level 250 for 6,000.
Bamboo 651, 14 radar identified. Good afternoon. Red cap 5193, descend flight level 300.
Descending to flight level 300, red cap 5193. level 280, red cap 5193.
Bamboo 651, contact Singapore approach on 124.05.
Contacting Singapore approach on 124.05. Bamboo 651. Singapore approach, Bamboo 651. Good afternoon. Descending flight level 140 for 6,000.
Bamboo 651, Singapore approach identified. Good afternoon. Expect the ILS runway 20 right approach into Singapore. Let me know you've got information. Foxtrot.
Expecting ILS runway 20 right approach into Singapore. Information Foxtrot. Bamboo 651.
Runway 20 center.
Bamboo 651, cross nylon at or above altitude 3,000 feet.
Cross nylon at or above 3,000 feet. Bamboo 651.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now on our final approach into Singapore. Please turn off your electronic devices and store them until we arrive at the gate. Kindly put your tray tables away. Ensure your seats are in their full upright position and fasten your seat belts. The weather in Singapore is currently 30 degrees Celsius with a few towering
Reducing speed
clouds.
below 250 knots. Bamboo 651.
Gate E10. Thank you for flying with Bamboo Airways.
Hi, Captain. The cabin is now secure for landing.
Thai Air Asia 513, contact Singapore radar on 120.75.
120.75, Thai Air Asia 513, thanks. Lumpur radar, Thai Air Asia 513, 1000.
Thai Air Asia 513, Lumpur radar identified, continue.
Lumpur radar, transducer 152, 1000.
Transducer 152, Lumpur radar identified, continue. Thai Air Asia 513, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Over to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er, Thai Air Asia 513.
Transducer 152, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Over to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er, transducer 152. Lumpur radar, Thai Air Asia 513, 3000.
Thai Air Asia 513, Lumpur radar identified, good afternoon.
Radar, Medic 6861, 1000.
Medic 6861, Lumpur radar identified, good afternoon. Medic 6861, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
120.9er for Batik 6861.
Singapore 878, Lumpur radar identified, continue. Singapore 878, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Over to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er, Singapore 878.
Zap 666 2000 for 4000.
Zap 666, center radar contact. Climb and maintain flight level 120.
Climb flight level 120, Zap 666.
Thai Air Asia 513, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
120.9er, Thai Air Asia 513. Thanks for the help.
Local radar, red cap 1776, 1000.
Red cap 1776, lump for radar identified, continue. Bamboo 651, turn right heading 200, vectors for the ILS, runway 20 right approach. Speed below 210 knots.
Right heading 200, vectors for the ILS runway 20 right approach. Speed below 210 knots. Bamboo 651.
Red cap 1776, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Over to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er, red cap 1776.
Bamboo 651, speed 185 knots.
Speed 185 knots. Bamboo 651.
Lumpur radar, good afternoon, Air India 2115, flight level 090.
Air India 2115, Lumpur radar identified. Bamboo 651, 11 miles from Iduro. Turn left heading 205. Descend altitude 2,500 feet until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 20 right approach, QNH 1011.
Left heading 205. Descend to 2,500 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 20 right approach. QNH 1011. Bamboo 651.
Zap 666, contact Lumpur radar on 120.575.
120.575, Zap 666, thanks. Lumpur radar, good afternoon, Zap 666, 1000.
Zap 666, Lumpur radar identified, good afternoon. Zap 666, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
120.9er, Zap 666, see you.
Bamboo 651, contact Singapore Tower on 118.25.
Contacting Singapore Tower on 118.25. Bamboo 651. Singapore Tower, Bamboo 651. Good afternoon, on the ILS runway 20 right approach.
Bamboo 651, Singapore Tower, runway 20 right, winds 110 at 8. Cleared to land.
Runway 20 right, cleared to land, Bamboo 651.
Approaching runway 20 right.
You know what they say, a good landing is a landing you can walk away from.
Bamboo 651, exit at Whiskey 7 if able. Contact ground on 120.905.
Exit at Whiskey 7 if able. Contacting ground on 120.905, Bamboo 651.
Tại chỗ sẽ an toàn được cải trắng cho khi tới trường các tín hiệu đến cái dây an toàn và máy bay đã dừng hẳn tại sân đỗ. Đề nghị quý khách không sử dụng điện thoại và các thiết bị điện tử vào lúc này. Tổ trưởng tiếp viên trưởng và phi hành đoàn chân thành cảm ơn quý khách đã bay cùng Bamboo Airways, hãng hàng không của phiếu khách. Trân trọng cảm ơn và hẹn gặp lại quý khách trên những chuyến bay tới.
Singapore ground, Bamboo 651. Good afternoon. Clear the runway. Ready to taxi to the gate.
Bamboo 651, Singapore ground, taxi to terminal 28010
Captain, cabin manager, Canolo, crew member. I'd like to thank you for flying in Bamboo Airways. The airline supports
Terminal 2,
hospitality.
gate Echo 10, Whiskey 8, Victor, Romeo, Tango, Papa, Bamboo 651.
Approaching runway 2 left.
Redcap 706 request push and start.
Redcap 706 pushback approved.
Cleared push and start. Redcap 706.
Singapore 24 request push and start.
Singapore 24 pushback approved.
Cleared push and start. Singapore 24.
Scooter 8 contact tower on 131.4.
Tower on 131.4, Scooter 8. Brunei 422 ready for push.
Brunei 422 cleared for push and start.
Cleared push and start, Brunei 422. Redcap 706 ready to taxi.
Redcap 706 runway 20 center taxi via Uniform 2 Uniform 7 Tango Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Uniform 2 Uniform 7 Tango Tango 1, Redcap 706.
Scooter 474 doors closed, ready for push and start.
Scooter 474 pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Pushback and start approved, Scooter 474.
Hainan 748 doors closed, ready for push and start.
Hainan 748 pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Pushback and start approved, Hainan 748.
Redcap 17904 ready for push.
Redcap 17904 cleared for push and start.
Cleared push and start. Redcap 17904.
Brunei 422 ready to taxi.
Brunei 422 runway 20 center taxi via Papa 7 Quebec Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Papa 7 Quebec Tango 1 Brunei 422. Malaysian 628 doors closed, ready for push and start.
Malaysian 628 pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Pushback and start approved, Malaysian 628. Hainan 748 ready to taxi.
Hainan 748, runway 20 center, taxi via Uniform 2, Uniform 8, Tango, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center, taxi via Uniform 2, Uniform 8, Tango, Tango 1, Hainan 748.
Redcap 17904, ready to taxi.
Redcap 17904, runway 20 center, taxi via Uniform 2, Uniform 7, Tango, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center, taxi via Uniform 2, Uniform 7, Tango, Tango 1, Redcap 17904.
Ground, Air India 2115, taxi to the gate.
Air India 2115, taxi to parking via Whiskey 6, Whiskey Sierra Romeo 7.
Whiskey 6, Whiskey Sierra, Romeo 7, Air India 2115.
Mentari 101, doors closed. Ready for push and start.
Mentari 101, push approved, expect taxi shortly.
Roger. Pushback approved. Mentari 101.
Malaysian 628, ready to taxi.
Malaysian 628, runway 20 center, taxi via Romeo, Romeo 4, Tango, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center, taxi via Romeo, Romeo 4, Tango, Tango 1, Malaysian 628.
Brunei 422, contact tower on 118.25.
Over to tower, Brunei 422.
Scooter 474, contact tower on 131.4.
Tower on 131.4, Scooter 474.
Mentari 101, ready to taxi.
Mentari 101, runway 20 center, taxi via Uniform 2, Uniform 7, Tango, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center, taxi via Uniform 2, Uniform 7, Tango, Tango 1, Mentari 101.
Scooter 644, doors closed, ready for push and start.
Scooter 644, push and start approved.
Push back and start approved. Scooter 644.
T00 towering cumulus, View at 2000 cumulonimbus, scattered at 6000. Temperature 30, 2.26. QNH 1012. Transition level 130.
Bamboo 650, cleared to Tan Nhat via the Mersing, Johor Bahru 9er Bravo departure, then as filed, runway 20 centre, initial climb 4000, departure on 120.3, squawk 1477. Bamboo 650, read back correct. Ground is on 120.905. Safe flight, sir.
Redcap 17904, contact tower on 118.25.
Over to tower, Redcap 17904.
Những chặng đường sẽ qua bầu trời xanh vắng cùng bên nhau đến những ngày tuyệt vời về miền Nam Âu, núi đồi biển khơi xanh thẳm, dải cánh vươn xa thật xa chạm tay cuối
Malaysian 628, contact tower on 118.25.
Going to tower, Malaysian 628, thanks.
cả thế giới như gần hơn cùng mỗi chuyến bay. Nơi tận cùng ước mơ, những hò hẹn bất ngờ để lại trong ta những khoảnh khắc ta lại cùng nắm tay những hành trình đắm say trọn vẹn giây phút giấc mơ tuyệt vời. Về miền Nam Âu, núi đồi biển khơi
Scooter 872, request version start.
dải cánh bay xa
Scooter 872, push approved, expect taxi shortly. Push and start approved, Scooter 872. Island 748, contact tower on 131.4. Tower on 131.4, Island 748. Scooter 644, contact tower on 118.25. Tower, Scooter 644.
Thai 404 ready to push.
Thai 404, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Pushback approved, Thai 404. Singapore 114, request push and start.
Singapore 114, push approved, expect taxi shortly.
Push and start approved, Singapore 114. Indonesia 829, request push and start.
Indonesia 829er, push approved, expect taxi shortly.
Push and start approved, Indonesia 829er.
Scooter 872 ready to taxi.
Scooter 872, runway 20 center taxi via Victor 13, Victor Quebec Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Victor 13, Victor Quebec Tango 1, Scooter 872.
Indonesia 829er ready to taxi.
Indonesia 829er, runway 20 center taxi via Victor 13, Victor Quebec Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Victor 13, Victor Quebec Tango 1, Indonesia 829er. Singapore 114 ready to taxi.
Singapore 114, runway 20 center taxi via Papa 7, Quebec Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Papa 7, Quebec Tango 1, Singapore 114.
Mentari 101, contact tower on 131.4.
To tower, Mentari 101.
Malindo 804, request push and start clearance.
Malindo 804, pushback approved.
Pushback and start approved, Malindo 804.
131.4, Bamboo 650, Singapore ground, push and start approved, face northeast.
Tower on 131.4, type 404.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Scooter 872, contact tower on 131.4.
Departure checks completed. Bypass.
To tower, Scooter 872. Malindo 804 ready to taxi.
Malindo 804, runway 20 center taxi via uniform 2, uniform 7, Tango, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via uniform 2, uniform 7, Tango, Tango 1, Malindo 804.
Singapore 842, request push and start.
Locking gear.
Singapore 842, push approved, expect taxi shortly.
Push and start approved, Singapore 842.
Ground Scooter 275, taxi to the ramp.
Scooter 275, taxi to parking via Whiskey 6, Whiskey Quebec, Papa 7.
Whiskey 6, Whiskey Quebec, Papa 7, Scooter 275.
Attention all aircraft, hotel now current QNH 1011.
Singapore 842, ready to taxi.
Singapore 842, runway 20 center taxi via Victor, Quebec, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Victor, Quebec, Tango 1, Singapore 842.
Khách vui lòng dành thời gian để theo dõi cách sử dụng các thiết bị an toàn trên máy bay.
Ladies and gentlemen, as usual, your safety and comfort are top priority, so before departure, we would like to have your attention while we are demonstrating safety features.
Dây an toàn. Quý khách vui lòng cài chặt dây an toàn khi đèn hiệu cài dây an toàn được bật sáng và trong suốt thời gian bay. Dây an toàn của quý khách được cài như sau: cài hai đầu khóa vào nhau, siết chặt bằng cách kéo một đầu dây, mở bằng cách nhấc đầu khóa. Để quý khách đi cùng trẻ nhỏ hoặc cần dây an toàn được cài, vui lòng đến tiếp viên để nhận dây an toàn của em.
Waiting your confirmation for a good engine start.
Whenever seatbelt sign is on, we can't ask you to fasten your seatbelt and keep it visible while you are seated. Insert the metal fittings into the other and tighten by pulling the strap to unfasten your seatbelt. You can disconnect. And pull the ends apart.
Mặt nạ dưỡng khí. Trong trường hợp mất áp suất, mặt nạ dưỡng khí sẽ tự động rơi xuống từ bên phía ghế ngồi của quý khách. Để có dưỡng khí, quý khách kéo mắt mặt nạ đặt mặt nạ lên mũi và miệng, choàng dây ra sau đầu.
Singapore 958, push and start at your discretion.
An toàn, quý khách lưu ý khi sử dụng mặt nạ dưỡng khí
Singapore 958.
Nếu quý khách đi cùng trẻ nhỏ hoặc hành khách cần sử dụng nước đặc biệt, hãy đeo mặt nạ dưỡng khí trong mình trước rồi.
Singapore 326, ready for push and start.
Tự động rơi xuống từ trên trần trong buồng lái.
Singapore 326, push and start at your discretion.
Pushback and start approved, Singapore 326.
To start oxygen flow, Pull the master towards you. Wait firmly over your bottom
Scooter 484, ready for push and start.
behind your head and very
Scooter
forward.
484, push and start at your discretion.
Push back and start approved. Scooter 484.
If you are traveling with a child or someone who requires assistance, hit your almost first, then assist
Singapore 318, doors closed, ready for push and start.
Singapore 318, pushback approved.
Alpha được nằm
Push and start approved. Singapore 318.
để Alpha ra khỏi vị trí chỉ có yêu cầu đặt áp cho qua đầu thắt chặt dây áo quanh eo.
Singapore 318, give way to the company A380 on your right.
Và sửa đổi phòng Alpha hoặc làm
Give way to the company A380, Singapore 318.
bật sáng tiếp tục trực tiếp với nước. Trên Alpha có trang bị còi để đôi một vị trí của phi công.
Singapore 958, ready to taxi.
Alpha ra khỏi sân bay là hành vi vi phạm pháp luật.
Singapore 958, runway 20 center taxi via Victor, Quebec, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Victor, Quebec, Tango 1, Singapore 958.
Fasten in front and to that side. That little takeoff is visualized by going down the right or safe.
Singapore 114, contact tower on 131.4.
To tower, Singapore 114.
You can direct contact with the water. If it doesn't illuminate, flex on the license battery.
Scooter 484, ready to taxi.
Scooter 484, runway 20 center taxi via Papa 7, Quebec, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Papa 7, Quebec, Tango 1, Scooter 484.
Hai cửa phía trước, 4 cửa ở giữa và 2 cửa ở phía sau. Quý khách vui lòng dành một thời gian để xác định cửa thoát hiểm gần nhất ở phía trước hoặc ngay phía sau quý khách.
Singapore 326, ready to taxi.
Singapore 326, runway 20 center taxi via Romeo 6, Romeo 4, Tango, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Romeo 6, Romeo 4, Tango, Tango 1, Singapore 326.
Tất cả các cửa chính và cửa thoát hiểm đều trang bị cầu phao, thuyền phao. Các thiết bị này sẽ tự động bung ra khi cửa được mở ở chế độ đóng chốt.
All doors and all ring exits are closable. Flight rate when the door is opened in outbound.
Hiểm được chỉ dẫn rõ ràng bằng các bảng hiệu thoát hiểm. Trong trường hợp khẩn cấp, hệ thống đèn thoát hiểm sẽ bật sáng để dẫn quý khách đến cửa thoát hiểm gần nhất.
Exits are clearly marked with an exit sign. In case of an emergency, with smoke or the darkness for proximity exit markings or emergency spotlight, to use your exit.
Quý khách vui lòng dành thời gian để đọc bảng hướng dẫn an toàn trong tư ghế phía trước khi máy bay cất cánh. Quý khách vui lòng xác định tư thế an toàn phù hợp nhất trong trường hợp hạ cánh khẩn cấp trên mặt đất hoặc mặt nước.
Indonesia 829er, contact tower on 131.4.
Chặt dây an toàn.
Tower Indonesia 829er.
Bàn ăn phía trước, hạ tay ghế và mở tấm che cửa sổ. Xin cảm ơn sự chú ý của quý khách và kính chúc quý khách một chuyến bay tốt đẹp.
It is important to use the contact of safety briefing card placed in the seat pocket in front of you prior to takeoff. To help the cabin crew with final preparations for takeoff, please ensure your seat belt is securely fastened.
Malindo 804, contact tower on 118.25.
Going to tower, Malindo 804, thanks. Singapore 148, request pushback.
Singapore 148, cleared for push and start.
Cleared push and start, Singapore 148.
China Eastern 508 to request pushback.
China Eastern 5082, cleared for push and start.
Clear push and start, China Eastern 5082.
Scooter 484, contact tower on 118.25. Bamboo 650, runway 20 center taxi via Papa 7, Quebec, Tango 1.
Switching to tower, Scooter 484. Chinese 5082, ready to taxi.
China Eastern 5082, runway 20 center taxi via Victor 12, Victor, Quebec, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Victor 12, Victor, Quebec, Tango 1 China, Eastern 5082.
Singapore 148, ready to taxi.
Singapore 148, runway 20 center taxi via Victor 7, Whiskey, Quebec, Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Victor 7, Whiskey, Quebec, Tango 1, Singapore 148.
Singapore 326, contact tower on 118.25.
Switching to tower, Singapore 326.
Singapore 958, contact tower on 118.25.
Switching to tower, Singapore 958. Singapore 832, ready for push and start.
Singapore 832, push and start at your discretion.
Push back and start approved. Singapore 832.
Singapore 318, contact tower on 118.25.
Tower on 118.25, Singapore 318.
Cathay 652, request push and start. Cathay 652, push and start at your discretion.
Pushback approved, Cathay 652.
Singapore 710, request pushback.
Singapore 710, pushback approved, no conflicting traffic.
Pushback and start approved, Singapore 710.
Singapore 832, ready to taxi.
Singapore 832, runway 20 center taxi via Victor 12, Victor Quebec Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Victor 12, Victor Quebec Tango 1 Singapore 832.
Cathay 652, ready for taxi.
Cathay 652, runway 20 center taxi via Uniform 1, Uniform Sierra Tango Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Uniform 1, Uniform Sierra Tango, Tango 1, Cathay 652.
China Eastern 5082, give way to the Singapore 737 MAX on your right.
We'll give way to the Singapore 737 MAX, China Eastern 5082.
Singapore 710, ready to taxi.
Singapore 710, runway 20 center taxi via Victor 13, Victor 6, Victor Quebec Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Victor 13, Victor 6, Victor Quebec Tango 1, Singapore 710.
Singapore 832, give way to the company 787 ahead.
Giving way to the company 787, Singapore 832.
Singapore 842, contact tower on 131.4.
To tower, Singapore 842.
Bamboo 650, give way to the A350. Bamboo 650, continue taxi.
Ground, Singapore 935, taxi to the ramp.
Singapore 935, taxi to parking via Whiskey 6, Victor 7, Victor 12.
Whiskey 6, Victor 7, Victor 12, Singapore 935.
Scooter 638 ready for push.
Scooter 638, push and start approved.
Push back and start approved. Scooter 638.
Bamboo 650, give way to the 787 at your 12 o'clock. China Eastern 5082, give way to the Singapore 787.
We'll give way to the Singapore 787, China Eastern 5082.
Scooter 638 ready to taxi.
Scooter 638, runway 20 center taxi via Quebec Tango 1.
Runway 20 center taxi via Quebec, Tango 1 Scooter 638.
Cathay 652, contact tower on 131.4.
Going to tower, Cathay 652, thanks.
Bamboo 650, contact tower on 118.25. Bye bye.
Bamboo 650, Singapore Tower, runway 20 center. Hold short, you're number 1 behind the 787.
Hold short number 1, Bamboo 650.
Bamboo 650, runway 20 center, line up and wait.
Line up and wait, runway 20 center, Bamboo 650.
Bamboo 650, runway 20 center, winds 140 at 5, cleared for takeoff.
Winds 140 at 5, clear for takeoff, runway 20 center, Bamboo 650.
Singapore 842, contact departure. Good day.
Okay, switching to departure, Singapore 842.
On runway 20, center remaining. 3,100 feet.
Flight 70 set, ILS runway 20.
Batic 7147, contact ground on 127.275.
Ground Batic 7147.
Bamboo 650, contact departure.
Contact departure, Bamboo 650, good day. Good morning, departure, Bamboo 650, with you passing 2,000
Bamboo 650, Singapore departure, radar contact, climb 10,000.
Coming to 10,000.
Bamboo 650, climb flight level 190.
Climbing flight level 190, Bamboo 650. Contacting Rumper radar on 132.6, Bamboo 650. Lumper radar, Bamboo 650. Good afternoon, flight level 170 for flight level 190.
Bamboo 650, Lumper radar identified, along with the town, climb flight level 280.
Climbing flight level 280, Bamboo 650.
Upper radar center, Redcap 6418, view 17,000 for flight level 200.
Redcap 6418, roger.
Redcap 491, flight level 230 for flight level 200.
Redcap 491, roger. Bamboo 650, climb flight level 350.
Climbing flight level 350, Bamboo 650.
Descending flight level 240 for flight level 200.
827, identified.
Malaysian 870 with you, flight level 250, descending flight level 230.
Malaysian 870, roger.
Radar center, 484 checking in, climbing 16,000 for flight level 200.
484, identified. Malaysian 870, descend flight level 200.
Down to flight level 200, Malaysian 870.
Redcap 491, descend to 17,000.
Descending to 17,000, Redcap 491.
Ready, descend to 12,000.
Descending to 1,044.
Traffic 12 o'clock and 12 miles crossing right to left, a heavy Boeing 777, 18,000.
Looking 484.
Descend 17,000.
Down to 17,000, 827.
Redcap 6418, climb to flight level 240.
Out of flight level 200, flight level 240, Redcap 6418. Scooter 638, local radar identified, proceed on course. Climbing 16,000 for flight level 200. 484 identified. Scooter 638, contact Jakarta radar on 132.3.
132.3, Scooter 638, see ya.
827, descend to 14,000.
18,000 to 14,000, 827.
Malaysian 870, continue descent to 18,000. Descending to 18,000, Malaysian 870. Redcap 491, descend to 14,000, expect lower.
Out of 18,000 to 14,000, Redcap 491. Malaysian 2661 with you, flight level 370.
Malaysian 2661 identified. How's the ride at 17,000?
Flight turbulence, intermittent 484.
4827, look for radar identified.
Level 4 Radar Center, Singapore 615 checking in, flight level 330, climbing flight level 360.
Singapore 615 identified. Good afternoon. Singapore 615 when ready, descend to flight level 290.
Leaving for flight level 290, Singapore 615.
484, descend to 13,000 at your discretion.
17,000 to 13,484.
Level 4 radar, Singapore 136, 11,000.
Singapore 136, look for radar. Singapore 615, descend flight level 250.
Descending flight level 250, Singapore 615.
Descend to flight level 330, pilot's discretion.
Out of flight level 370 for flight level 330073.
Bamboo 650, contact lumber radar on 134.25.
Contacting Lumper Radar on 134.25, Bamboo 650. Lumper Radar, Bamboo 650. Good afternoon, with you, flight level 350.
Bamboo 650, Lumber Radar identified. Good afternoon.
Center, Wagonair 251, flight level 320.
Wagonair 251, Lumber Radar Center, good afternoon. Bamboo 650, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.9er. Bamboo 650. Ho Chi Minh Control, Bamboo 650. Good afternoon with you flight level 350.
Bamboo 650, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Good afternoon.
Shanghai Air 885 out of flight level 310 from flight level 270.
Shanghai Air 885, roger.
Legend 907 identified. Good afternoon.
Sky Legend 907. Wanted to let you know the ride's been smooth all the way.
Sky Legend 907, copy. We'll get you higher shortly.
flight level 330.
177, good afternoon, sir.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Red Cap 643 at flight level 310.
Red Cap 643, roger. Good afternoon, sir.
Ho 2 Lima, 1 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 Lima
177, maintain 250 or greater.
Down to 250, 177.
Switching left to right at flight level 380. Vasco Air 8090, identified. VHS 464, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified, continue.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Singapore 171 checking in, out of flight level 350, over flight level 360.
Singapore 171, good afternoon. Vasco Air 8090, climb to flight level 240.
Out of flight level 210 to flight level 240, Vasco Air 8090.
Flight level 200.
464, identified. Vasco Air 8090, continue climb to flight level 280.
Low 5 right. Departing runway 25 left. Wind 290 at 11. Visibility 10. Scattered at 2,500.
VHS 464 contact
at
Bangkok
2700
control on
towering
124.5.
Temperature 33, 2.26. QNH 1009. Transition level 200. Advise on initial contact. You have
464
information.
climb to flight level 240.
flight level 240464.
Singapore 171, maintain Mach decimal 82.
Maintaining Mach decimal 82, Singapore 171.
Vasco Air 8090, climb to flight level 320.
Climbing to flight level 320, Vasco Air 8090.
Climb to flight level 280, report level 10.
Climb flight level 280, 464.
Vasco Air 8090, climb flight level 360.
Out of flight level 320 for flight level 360, Vasco Air 8090.
Bamboo 650, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1. Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1, Bamboo 650. Vasco Air 8464, climb to flight level 320.
Climbing flight level 320, 464.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Bamboo 650. Good afternoon at flight level 350.
Bamboo 650, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Good afternoon.
Bamboo 650, ready for descent.
Bamboo 650, descend via Turnberry 5 Bravo to 5,000 into Tan Son Nhat, QNH 1009er.
Descend via Turnberry 5 Bravo to 5,000 into Tan Son Nhat, QNH 1009er, Bamboo 650.
khi máy bay hạ cánh và di chuyển vào nhà ga. Quý khách vui lòng hạn chế sử dụng phòng vệ sinh từ lúc này. Xin cảm ơn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now making our descent for landing. Please return to your seat, ensure that your seatbelt is fastened, your seat back is upright, your tray table is secured, and your window shade is opened. May we remind you that for safety reasons, your mobile phones, receiver or transmitter devices, and portable electronic equipment must be switched off or switched to flight mode until disembarkation. Portable electronic devices not in use must be stowed in the overhead lockers or in the seat pockets in front of you during landing and taxi. Passengers are also requested to refrain from using the lavatories from now on. Thank you.
Vasco Air 8090, climb to flight level 430, report level. Out of flight level 420, flight level 430, Vasco Air 8090. Ho Chi Minh Control, VTS 636, 4000. VTS 636, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Good afternoon. VTS 636, contact Bangkok Control on 124.5. Switching to Bangkok Control on 124.5 via Jet 636. 464, climb to flight level 400.
Flight level 400, 464.
Flight level 220, pilot's discretion.
Moving to flight level 220808.
Ho Chi Minh Control, good afternoon. VJet 138, 2000.
VJet 138, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Vasco Air 8090, descend to flight level 360 at your discretion. Out of flight level 450 to flight level 360, Vasco Air 8090. Redcap 649, flight level 310. Redcap 649, roger. Descend to flight level 380, pilot's discretion.
Out of flight level 420 for flight level 380, 464.
Ho Chi Minh Control, good afternoon. Vietnam Airlines 248, 2000. Vietnam Airlines 248, Ho Chi Minh Control identified.
VJet 138, contact Bangkok Control on 124.5. 124.5 for VJet 138. 464, descend to flight level 350.
Out of flight level 390 for flight level 350, 464.
Vietnam Airlines 248, contact Bangkok Control on 124.5. 124.5, Vietnam Airlines 248, thanks. Descend to flight level 320, expect lower.
Flight level 320, 464.
Bamboo 650, direct Suluk.
Direct Suluk, Bamboo 650.
Descend to flight level 290, expect lower.
Leaving for flight level 290, 464.
Bamboo 650, contact Tan Nhat, approach on 126.35.
Contacting Tan Nhat, approach on 126.35. Bamboo 650. Tan Nhat approach, Bamboo 650. Good afternoon, flight level 190 for 5,000.
Bamboo 650, Tan Nhat approach, identified. Good afternoon, Tan Nhat QNH 1009er. Expect the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach into Tan Nhat. Verify information X-ray.
Tan Nhat QNH 1009er. Expect ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach. Bamboo 650.
250, turn left heading 280, descend 3000, vectors for the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach.
Left heading 280, descend 3000, vectors for the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach. Bamboo 650.
Bamboo 650, 8 miles from Tango Sierra 424. Turn left heading 255. Descend 2000 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach. Speed below 230 knots.
Left heading 255, descend 2000 until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach. Speed below 230 knots. Bamboo 650.
Your seats are in their full upright position and your seat belts are fastened. The weather at our destination is warm, with a temperature of 33 degrees Celsius. Our assigned gate is Domestic Terminal Gate 22. Thank you for your attention and for flying with Bamboo Airways.
Bamboo 650, contact Nhat Tower on 118.7.
Contacting Tan Son Nhat Tower on 118.7. Bamboo 650. Tan Son Nhat Tower, Bamboo 650. Good afternoon on the ILS runway 25 right approach.
Bamboo 650, Tan Son Nhat Tower, roger, continue approach, runway 25 right. Vietnam Airlines 307, cross runway 25 left. Cross 25 left, Vietnam Airlines 307. Bamboo 650, continue approach. Bamboo 650, runway 25 right, winds 290 at 11, cleared to land.
Clear to land runway 25 right. Bamboo 650.
All aircraft, information Yankee is now current, QNH 1009er.
Information Yankee, QNH 1009er, Bamboo 650.
Approaching runway 25 right.
Vietnam Airlines 321, hold short of runway 25 left.
325L, holding short, Vietnam Airlines 321.
Continue.
200.
Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow. Flight slow.
40.
Too low.
30,
Terrain.
20. Retard. 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 Retard.
Vietjet 808, wind 290 at 11, runway 25 right, cleared to land. Welcome to Tan Son Nhat.
Cleared to land, 25 right, Vietjet 808.
Vietnam Airlines 321, hold short of runway 25 left.
Holding short of runway 25 left, Vietnam Airlines 321.
Thưa quý khách, máy bay của chúng ta đang hạ cánh. Đề nghị quý khách phương huyền tại chỗ và dây an toàn được cài chặt cho khi cơ trưởng tắt tín hiệu đến cái dây an toàn và máy bay đã dừng hẳn tại sân đỗ. Đề nghị quý khách không sử dụng điện thoại và các thiết bị điện tử vào lúc này. Cơ trưởng, tiếp viên trưởng và phi hành đoàn chân thành cảm ơn quý khách đã bay cùng Bamboo Airways, hãng hàng không của diếu khách. Trân trọng cảm ơn và hẹn gặp lại quý khách trên những chuyến bay tới. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to. Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened until Captain switch off the fasten seatbelt sign and the aircraft has come to a coupling stop. Do not use mobile phone and electronic devices at this moment. Captain, cabin manager, and our crew member, I'd like to thank you for flying in Bamboo Airways. The airline supports
Vietnam Airlines 321, hold short of runway 25 left.
Thank you and
Short of
goodbye.
runway 25 left, Vietnam Airlines 321.
Bamboo 650, exit at Papa 5 if able. Contact ground on 121.6.
Exit at Papa 5 if able. Contacting ground on 121.6. Bamboo 650. Tan Son Nhat ground, Bamboo 650. Good afternoon. Cleared of runway. Ready to taxi to the gate.
Bamboo 650, Tan Son Nhat ground. Taxi to domestic terminal gate 22 via Papa 5. Hold short of runway 07 right.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, taxi to domestic terminal gate 22. Bamboo 650.
Bamboo 650, hold short of runway 07 right, A220 on the runway.
Approaching runway
Bamboo
7
650,
right.
cross runway 07 right, then continue taxi via Sierra 8, Victor.
Cross runway 07 right, then Sierra 8, Victor, Bamboo 650.
Approaching runway 7 right.
Pacific 6440, ready for push and start.
Pacific 6440, push and start approved.
Cleared push and start. Pacific 6440.
Ground ViaJet 808, taxi to the gate. ViaJet 808, taxi to parking via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, ViaJet 808.
Pacific 6440, ready to taxi. Pacific 6440, runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 4, Sierra 5, Yankee 1, Victor, Sierra, Sierra 1.
Runway 25 left taxi via Yankee 4, Sierra 5, Yankee 1, Victor, Sierra, Sierra 1, Pacific 6440.
Cross runway 25 left. Cross 25 left, ViaJet 808. November 39er, 86, ready to taxi. November 39er, 86, runway 25 left taxi via Sierra, Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Sierra, Sierra 1, November 39er, 86. November Tree Niner 86, contact tower on 118.7.
118.7 for tower. November Tree Niner 86.